welcome to another episode of Modifying My Game. So today was a really busy day, not in a bad day, bad way actually. If you look behind me, I've actually talked to myself. The stream camera is not looking too good with the stuff that is going on behind me. I had a cupboard there, and while it was pretty much sorted from the front, you would see it from the side, and it didn't look quite nice. So I let it switch side with some of my workout equipment. Had to do a lot of drilling today and cleaning up all the stuff. And now I have a nicer, cleaner setup behind me. Maybe also useful if I have to activate my camera for some video conference while working. So always a good thing to have a clean background for you. So aside from that, I hope everybody has a good day. It's 1944. And I wanted to stream really 6 hours today. This will be a little bit hard. It would be until 1 AM 44. And I still have to eat one time today, so not going to do full 6 hours today, but I will try. I think it will be something around 5 hours. Okay. Let's start. Where did we leave the stream? Last time had this new tech animation, a double raycast, and we have some placeholders which are we going to replace right now. So take a look. This is the placeholder that is playing right now. I kind of see a problem there. The problem is that the animation is sometimes a little bit sometimes interrupted too early. If I do this, you see that the character is looking into the camera again. But for a side-like frame, you can see that the particle effect is rotated towards this direction, and this does not look right. Yeah, you see this? Now when I rotate the character, for the first second you could still see a particle effect at his hand. So how do we fix this? It's actually pretty hard. Problem is that the animation is not finished when we turn off this side animation. It's a front animation, and the prefab for the side animation for the attack sprite is inside of this side animation. What's going to happen is the effect is going to play inside of this structure here. It's underneath the wayspawn. Underneath the wayspawn, there will be the particle effects for the way effect. They are going to play. Side animation is on, and then when the attack is finished, side animation is going to be turned off by the animation, and then the unfinished sprites underneath wayspawn have not finished playing and will not destroy themselves. When we then switch back to aiming and have this sight animation activated again, the last seconds of the particle system will actually play. Okay, first we need to find out if the prefab for the particle system can play by being disabled, and I can tell you most probably not. Most probably there will be no option for it to still play even if disabled. I'm pretty sure, like 99%. But if it would make things way easier for us. If it would be possible for this is the animation that is playing. Actually not. Really not. This is just the spawn for the hit effect. Also not this. Yeah, this is the muzzle flash. This is not... If the character does not finish this will happen. Like, it is now disabled. It will not finish playing, and it will finish playing if we start the animation. So how do we fix this? First, we need to look at, can we play this when disabled? As I said, okay, let's look this up. And I'm very pessimistic about this. Culling mode could possibly be a solution. I think if this prefab is enabled, the culling mode may be called and might resimulate for the last time. And if it sees that the time has passed, it might immediately destroy the game object. But maybe it won't. Oh no. Healing mode. Okay. Okay. I think the only chance is the culling mode. We'll look it up in Google. Try to find the API. The particle system culling mode. Okay. Now it specifically says that this is to handle if the particle system is off screen. So from the description alone, this would mean no. This is not going to help us. And On the other side, I have an idea. We can just destroy this effect from the character script. Make sure that the animation is really playing till its end, and then destroy this script. And also, I want to look up why the character is looking to the front at all, because this is something he's looking to the front a little bit too fast. So let's look at some aiming function. Okay. So we have an aim timer, which is set. And this timer should actually make let us aim for at least 0.75 seconds. Should. Which is actually longer than the animation that we are playing. Slightly longer. Just slight. What we can do here, because the animation that we are using is very long, is we set the aim timer in the middle of the animation, just to make sure that we have a little bit more time until the character automatically turns around. And after that, we are going to go through a bunch of changes of this animation and trying to set them up all at once. I want to remove the current particle effect for the charge animation. And this looks a little bit less clunky. Okay, but there's still one thing left. And that is when we are aiming to the side, and it's not controlled by the aiming system, then the particle of this Raycast blood magic is not going to have finished. It's not going to have finished before we leave the whole animation. It's kind of a problem. Kind of a problem. So what I want to do here is I want to keep the overall casting time. I don't want to change the overall casting time too much. But what I can do is right now it's taking 0.6 seconds total casting time to cast this ability. We can, it's waiting 300 milliseconds, cast the first way, then wait 300 milliseconds again, cast the second way. You can do it like this, instead of waiting 2 times 300 milliseconds, you can wait 3 times for 200 milliseconds. So let's do that. Okay, now the particle effect will always have 0.2 milliseconds to finish playing. So this is also exactly the same time that it needs to destroy itself, set here in the prefab form. Nonetheless, it could be because the prefab needs to instantiate itself, that even though in the muzzle flash it has a duration and lifetime of 0.2 seconds, nonetheless it could be that it isn't finished after 0.2 seconds, which is a little bit confusing, but don't worry about it. Here's an easy solution, and that is, if the particle system has not finished after 0.2 seconds, we are going to destroy it. So how do we get the particle? We can return it. As a game object, we now tell this function return a game object, because we want to access this muzzle flash later. So it needs to be returned. Okay, now we will have access to this game object. And can save it in our main function. So we don't really care about this muzzle flash. Nonetheless, let's copy the code, because it looks a little bit disturbing. And after we waited 0.2 seconds, let's destroy the old muzzle flash. There's nothing that can happen there. The muzzle flash has no whips or does not have anything else on it. Then after another 0.2 seconds, let's do the same thing again. Good. Now the muzzle flash will always finish playing. And after and when it's finished, it will actually destroy itself. Okay. Now there's also another effect that is playing when we are charging the ability. And we have to find it. This is it. Charge effect. Or is it? Yes. Here this charge effect is instantiated. And when we do have this skill, we don't want a charge. So how do we set this to null? We can just say no charge effect. Charge effect equals null. Now the program will forget that we have a charge effect and set it to null. Empty the storage of the memory, and I think it will not empty the storage completely. I think it will still reserve some space for the variable, but it will be set to 0. Now we will have an error that will play if we tries to instantiate a charge effect, which is null, because there is no charge effect. This will throw an error. So we have to check it now. And only do this if the charge effect is not null. Good. Bad. This should be sufficient. Okay. Need to mute my phone because recently installed TikTok and now I have pop-up messages, which I actually don't want. Just wanted to look into the app a little bit. Okay. Now maybe later we may change the charge effect, in our case, but in the current animation the old charge effect just doesn't look right. So we have to remove it. Okay, now we still have muzzle flash, and I want to have in the middle of the muzzle flash to have some kind of white effect that pops up. Oh, this is the muzzle flash. I want to play the same animation, the same prefab in white color. Okay. So we are going to copy this effect. Now it plays twice. This is not what we want, but we have to stick with this for a moment. It's the size down to 0.5. Okay. Now I want this to have a white color. However, the material of this is hard-coded to be red. This is the material, and to be able to have another color on it, and we want to have it white color, we need to make a new material. Okay. Then we use the universal set up the material to universal render pipeline particles unlit. Just click up, copy all the stuff that is in here. Copy material properties and insert. Now this is the same. This is muzzle flash. And now we want this to be all white, so just set it to all white. Does this have an emission? Yeah, I also want to have an emission with this, but the emission should be just a white light. Okay, now let's see what's happening if we set this up as the material. Great, you see that now the muzzle flash is white in the middle and darkish red at the edges. I think it's still a little bit too big though. So let's set the start size to 0.25. That's too small. think it's 0.35 is a good middle ground, and put it a little bit back. So I think we have to edit the X value. Okay, now let's look how it looks in game. Compiler error. Okay, we have a compiler error. Should be around here. I don't see it. Okay. As a reference to this blood magic charge effect. Now also have to check if this is null or not. Now let's look how the particle effects looks. It's a little bit brighter than I thought, but not too bad. I'm experiencing a little bit of lag right now. Okay, I think the muzzle flash is okay. Don't think we need to adjust it any further. I think it's pretty nice with the glow. The glow comes from it's bloom effect that is played because the material is set to have an emission. Yeah. And this emission, you can set up the intensity of this. And according to this intensity, the white material will actually bloom when you instantiate it. So let's maybe test out a little bit different different strengths of bloom. Okay. I was in the game. Now we can see how it looks with the bloom and without. Now this is how it looks in game. I think this looks nice. Get this set up to we can really make a pretty strong glow, but this is over the top. I think it's pretty good where we are. Don't want to go any weaker. Maybe, just maybe a little bit stronger. Okay, except this. It resets itself to 0 always, so the old value, the current value is also always 0. This was a little bit confusing because first time when I set this up, it was all white, and I set the intensity. Interesting. I think it's this looks like a nice emission. I'm just setting up how much it blooms right now. The starting point with the intensity was 0 at the start, but the intensity always resets to 0 if you open up this color panel. Okay, always something new to find out. Okay. Now the arms of the character in the animation do not match where the particle effect is displayed. We need to change this. This cannot remain in the game. We need to change this. Also, the spawn times have changed. Might be because of that the arms are not at least at the right positions. Spawn times have changed, so they are now at 0.15 and 0.30. Okay, now let's look at the animation in game. This is too high. I can actually I can put the arms down a little bit, or I test it in game. Not waste time. The way spawn is here. This is where the particle effect will spawn. The hand is roughly half a unit over it. Now the hand roughly matches the spawn. It's not looking too well, to be honest, because we are not stretching the shoulder of the character. So let's do this. Instead of just pushing him forward, we also want to adjust his own positions, so he's reaching forward with his whole body. This makes it so that it's looking more like he's stretching his arm. We can't just stretch his arm like this because of the limitations of our 2D body. What we can, however, we have to reach a position down here, and if you put down the arm, it's looking janky at a certain point. So what we can do to fix this is we only have to match the height we want this arm to be extended as much as possible. So instead of putting down the arm, we can actually put down the spine. So now his arm will also be at the lower position. Now this looks a little bit, if we overdo this, it will look like he has spine deformation. But if we don't overdo it, it can just look fine. So we see now he's much closer to the waist spawn. It's looking like just a little bit more natural. And I didn't press record, which is pretty bad. Okay, let's do this again. Come forward with the arm as much as possible. We still want his head to look up. Okay, the spawn position is good. I think we can even make his arm reach a little bit more forward. Okay, now it has to, his arm has to reach a little bit more up. And we want his arm bending, his flexing to be a little bit. We don't want to have any arm flexing, but we need it for the animation so it matches the white spawn point. Now, the second time he reaches forward, we will also do the same. Push forward the spine as much as possible. Let him look up. So that our character is still looking at the eyes of the enemy or whatever you're aiming at. And then match the height, the on position. Okay, let's see how it looks. Looks very dynamic. Something is wrong with this white hand though. This white hand is looking weird. Something is looking weird about this white hand. I don't know what exactly. I feel like his spine should not go back as much. Okay, here are some modifications to the head bones. I have to reverse because they don't look too well. Let's not modify this bone. Only modify this bone. Because this is his shoulder bone and it's making a very janky movement. I think the character is going back too much at this point. So let's maybe remove these parameters. What are you doing? Yes, you are the spine. We have already set up the spine at this point. So let's remove this point in the character animation. So let's remove this. Okay, what's also looking janky, pushing for his right arm, pushing it back, pushes back his right arm very much and very close to his upper body. Then he reaches forward with his left arm, but he does not push back his left arm. This breaks the rhythm of the movement. So first of all, let's modify this point right here. Because at this point, his arm is reaching, right arm is reaching a little bit too low. Let's put it into this position, which looks a little bit more natural. And in the end, let's pull back his arm and set the full amount, full length of this animation to this is 66 seconds. Yeah. Oh, this is half a second. Oh, actually, it's not fast enough. 15 seconds. No, 25 seconds. We need to reach this point after 200 milliseconds. Where is my calculator? So it looks like they divided 1 second by 60. 1 by 60 is 0016. And we want to turn off my emails. There's nothing really to hide here, but I don't want any weird spam to show up. Short second. Okay, we are back. So we now have the time for 1 second. Multiply it by 20 and we have 1/3 0.3. This doesn't add up. This doesn't add up. Let's go back. So we know that one time step inside of this animation is as long as 0.01 seconds. 0.01666666 seconds. How do we know how long is 300 milliseconds? We know that. Oh yeah, some people would be way faster now. Okay, now I have it. It's 0.2 divided by 0.016666 because we want to have the time. How long does 1 second in this timetable take? One time frame of this time space take until we have 20 seconds. So I divided 0.2 by 0.01666 because we know one time step of this animation is 0.016666 and I get 12. So this is 200 milliseconds. 12. 200 milliseconds at 12. Meaning that double this time will be 24 milliseconds. Second release point. And the end of the animation will be at 36. And we see the character has its problems to match the speed. The only thing that we still have to do is this position. We have to push back the second arm. Okay, let's do this. Up with the hand. Maybe a little bit more back. Okay, now we are finished. Okay, and now let's save. We don't lose our process when we accidentally crash, which can happen. And press play. Let's press play and see what happens. The animation is matching the release points. Yes. So I think the best part about this particle effect is that thanks to the bright white color, we can see this inside of every kind of environment. So even when we are close to these mountains and to the background, which is pretty bright, you can fairly easily see the release point of this particle effect, which means the particle effect is very clear. So I think we are finished with the release particles and animation. Heck, nice. Okay. Now we still have to do long this. Let me play again. Along the line until the hit point. Or what is this? Holy. I didn't do that. Let me check what kind of game object is this supposed to be. Not anything. Okay. Looks like this. And like bug in a very weird way. And this is not a particle effect. This is light source. This is a light source. And it pretty much looks like it's completely bugged. The intensity is set to infinity. Okay. It's something that we do need to have to worry about. So the intensity is set inside of this script. And it has been set to infinity. Because it's trying to grab an animation duration. Okay. Because in the old system, when I did write this script, the particle system was also on this component, but now it isn't. So this is set to 0. And here it is trying to divide by 0, so this new light intensity is not going to set up correctly. And it seems it did set itself to some infinite value. Okay, but this is easy to fix. Just make this public. Make this public. And don't use the particle system. There is no particle system. And if this is 0, we want to throw an exception, because then we will divide by 0. We would just want to avoid accidentally not setting this up. We want to debug it. And we want to tell who we are. And can just copy our name. Tell the game object we are from. Okay. Now if we accidentally forget to set this up, set this to 0, then we at least will get a debug message. I don't want to throw an error because this will actually crash the game when the player is playing, but we need to at least debug it for the developers, so that they can see what they did wrong. And you normally want to have few messages inside of this console as possible. I want to get rid of this debug message. Need to find out where it is coming from. Be nice if the debug message would really tell us where it is called. It's actually a little bit weird. Normally there's always debug message and then you have a line where it is coming from. So this log does not tell us anything about where this error message is coming from. This is a debug message. I've written this just to have some control over some particle effect or something, and I've forgotten to delete the code. Now I have this error message, debug message, and I want to get rid of it. Let's see what triggers this time passed. Oh, nice. We have now our other message, which tells us that the depth animation is set to 0. Yes, I have actually forgotten to set it up. How nice that we now have a message that tells us immediately what we have done wrong. Nice. Oh. Let's set up the reverb here. And set the if animation duration to 0.2. Okay. Now we still haven't found our other case where time passed was 2. Time passed 2. Where do we use this? I don't know. Let's play again. It seems to be not coming from the particle systems because it was not debugging recently. And this is not doing anything. Okay. Was triggering when we were releasing this boomerang, magic boomerang effect. Okay, let's try again. Can you tell me who triggered you? No? Oh, now I know where it is coming from. I think it's coming from the numbers. I think it's coming from the numbers. From the damage number. I think this is debugging its time passed. Okay. One result. Yes. Okay, it's inside of this. Let's pause the game first. Or we change the script. And we move this debug message. To clean up our console messages. We have to keep the console messages clean, nice and clean, just to not have thousands of messages pop up, and then we will have at some point problems to work with our program. Okay, we have now done some cleaning, some not so exciting stuff, but now we can get to our next task. Task is now to set up the particle effects along the way to the end of the way. See, along the way, there's all these small particle effects which pop up and immediately destroy themselves. What we want to do is to set these up so they are easier to see. Like now, when you're moving fast and things get a little bit blurry automatically, not with a blur effect, but still sometimes just a little bit hard to see things, you will not see this way. You will not be able to see this. And the other thing that we want to do is set up this miss effect here. This is an effect that should be displayed when you miss, and we have to set this up later. Start with the points along the way. This is the effect. Let's set this to looping. So now we can the duration a little bit lower. Now we have a pretty good idea what is going to look like later. Now the next thing that we might want to change is the alpha value. This would help a lot. It wouldn't have a next to 0 alpha. But I also want to try out a special effect. There's two special effects that I have in mind. First is a flash effect, and the second one is some kind of cross effect. Yeah, this cross star. This is what I have in mind. This is looking too bright. This is too bright. It's not adding itself up with red very well. So let's look at the material of this twinkle star. The mode here, color mode, is set to multiply. Let's set it to additive. I'm trying to show the effect right now. Always pausing at the moment when it disappeared. Now, okay, now we have a good look at the particle. But let's just try out every mode. It is not working with the additive coloring mode. Let's try subtractive, which should not make any sense. We can get some darker colors with this mode. And now it's only going to display dark colors, so not what we want. And this color mode seems to work much better. A cutout, but a cutout is too aggressive with this alpha cutoff. Look at fade. Well, I think fade might be the solution. No. Damn it. Hey, this looks okay. Now what we want to do is do the same thing as with the muzzle flash. We're going to add this the same effect on top of the normal effect and make the middle one white. So we maybe try to emit some color here. Yes, it's working. Very low emission. And then use another twinkle material. Oh, we don't use the universal rendering pipeline for this. This is actually bad because the universal rendering pipeline is looking so much better. If it works, that is. Okay, you select a texture. And for the emission map, you also use the twinkle. We don't want to have emission right now. Do this later. Put this to a dark red color. By multiplication. Nope. I think this should work with additive. It doesn't. I think the material has some extra information inside of its depth. This is why it's not working as I normally think it would do. We can only make this mildly red. Not too good. Not what we want, but we have to do it. So we don't have an emission yet. Now let's set up an emission. And I have a good idea. Let's just increase the lifetime because I'm sick of always trying to get this particle to play itself. Now we have a good look at it. Okay. Want to try multiplication one last time or give it up? Nope. Not working. It looks a little bit like it's working with multiply, but no. Oh, this is not what we want. I'm a little bit confused why additive does not work. Ooh. Now here we go. It's just janky with the emission map, but since these are particles which are going to be displayed from start to end of the way, these should not be too shiny, so it's okay if we let it stay like this. We also created a new material. Set it up for the universal rendering pipeline, then copy the old material. Okay, now for this one, we want this to be very normal. Maybe in mid-white light, maybe. Okay, now what we want to do is create a new prefab for the inner white. Okay, copy this particle system. Now we have two of these particles playing at the same time. And what we want to do now is set the material of this twinkle to the other particle that we have just set up. Twinkle white. Okay. Now this twinkle is still too big. We want to have this twinkle smaller, and we need it to be above the other twinkle. So we change the order layer. We now can play a little bit with the emission map. I would say this looks like a pretty twinkle. Now let's put the lifetime back to 0.25. A quarter of a second. Okay, let's see how it looks in game. And also, let's look at the rotation. Okay, first we have a mistake here. It's looping indefinitely. And I also think that it's looking a little bit too small, the final version. Also, I think it would be okay if this would emit a little bit of it. Oh no, yeah, I forgot about this. Yeah, it can't. Let's put the lifetime to 5 seconds for a bit. And look if we can change red of this water particle. I think this is a little bit more pretty. And double the size. Okay, then let it stop looping. And play it inside play it inside of the game. You also should save before Unity crashes. Okay. And I don't like it too much. I think it's a little bit too bright. So the rotation it's not using the rotation. First I don't want it to emit white, just over the top white. Okay, less white, so let's decrease the size of white to half of its old size. Okay, good. And also I want it to take the rotation of its game object. The render alignment has to be localized. Oh no! Now you don't have anything. Let's find the particle effect. Where is it? It's right here, but we can't see it. Why? It might be because of the render alignment. Let's see what this did. View, world, local. Bullshit. Why can't I see you now? Ah, because the rotation is messed up. Okay, the current rotation is messed up. Local is the right way to view this, but I have to look at the rotation. Like now it's rotated its x-axis. So you see, because this is a three-dimensional object, and there's a point where you can't see anything. Then this is the back side of the particle, which we can't see. Now we come back to the front. Okay, we have to look where we set up the rotation of the effect. But aside from this, it looked like what we wanted. Where do we initiate this particle effect? I think it's inside the prefab or its source. It's a script. And it's setting particle up to the same rotation that itself has, which is actually right. It should this should work. This should work. It should actually work. However, it doesn't, so whatever. Let's find out why this is messed up. I think it is messed up because the rotation of this game object itself is kind of messy. And it sets its own rotation right here. It's also rotating the muzzle flash. And I know that the muzzle flash is at least working. So we can use these functions. I'm still irritating why this rotation here is messed up and why this is not. Don't really get it. But we can at least try to change to save the rotation that we need. Going to be a quaternion. Effect rotation. We did rotate this by 90 degrees because the muzzle flash has this right angle which we had to calculate into it. Okay, let's just look what happens now. If this is, I don't think that it will work right now. It should not. It's not working. We have these particles. The muzzle flash is also rotated wrong. What did I do? What did I do? What? What? But this was something that worked. Okay. Very interesting. Very interesting. Let's look at the muzzle flash first. This looks like a nice rotation. Could be pointing into this direction, but aside from that, this is a good rotation. Those particles are not rotated correctly at all. The rotation should be like something like this. Okay, I want to fix this before I have to take a break. Because I'm starting to feel a bit hungry. I haven't had dinner today yet, and it's dinner time soon for me. So I'm living alone. I can dinner whenever I want, but I think it would be helpful to eat dinner soon. So it's the only thing that I want to fix until then. How do I do this? First of all, why is this effect rotation not working? When it is working, or the game object is itself and the muzzle flash. This is something that is puzzling me right now. I cannot come up with a solution. First, I want to save. Okay, hit save. Then I want to. We saw that the muzzle flash was not correctly rotated in face. And let's just look if the character is facing right or not for this. For that, we are checking for the character scale, and I might think that it had something to do with that. And now we'll have this particle. Oh, never mind. Because I was rotating the muzzle flash here in the script, because I copied the code. I did not. I had the muzzle flash display in the wrong location, so never mind that. We only have one mystery to solve, and that is how to rotate into a certain direction in 2D without being janky. And it should be fairly easy. Come on. We are pro programmers. We have done so many things. Easiest thing in the world. Just need some copy code to copy where I can copy it, and I'm done. So where could I have used something similar? Here. I think this is where the code is coming from. Okay. And it's directly affecting the rotation. Maybe that is the difference. Maybe, just maybe. Okay, let's save the wave particle instance that we just instantiated. In this code, and try to rotate this instance. And it did not work. Damn it. This is bullshit. This is not the right rotation. Okay. Trying to find a reference of another script which is rotating a 2D object. Once we have found a good reference, we can just copy the code and use it for our case. I just look at the code and was like, okay, I have no idea what this quaternion is doing. Quaternions are in general something that you don't want to think too much about. I think there's something in HitScan Attack where its rotation is set into the right direction. And I'm trying to find the reference right now. Ah, this looks nice. This could be a good alternative. So let's see what this does. So there's an angle which is set to 90 degrees from the start, and I don't think we need this. In the current direction is multiplied. This, I think this was a vector 2. It's multiplied with the quaternion. Okay. Looks very similar to the old approach, though. It does not want me to do this. Why? This is a quaternion by itself. Ooh, nice. I don't want anything to have anything to do with this. I would say another last idea. I'm just going to give the current aim direction, which I have wrapped my head around so much already, and direction rotation. I'm just setting this as a public variable. I have the right quaternion in the main character, and I can just copy it over to this this script. And hopefully that will fix our problems. Probably not. Let's give it a try. Okay. Now don't let me have another Problem. Please work. Please just work. Please just work. Please just work. Okay. Wait. And our prayers to the algorithm gods, and they say we are going to crash. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, this is maybe the why prayers are not heard of anymore. Damn it. So I was left by the algorithm gods. It's embarrassing. But I'm not giving up. I'm restarting. I could just have now made a break and said, okay, it's not working. Let's make a break and call it a good time to refresh. But I really want to see if this is working. I want to see if this is working. And the game started pretty fast actually. I was expecting it to load a lot slower. We can now see the code works. It works. It works. Nice. Okay. Now what we do still have to fix is the effects a little bit too small, and the space between them is also a little bit too small. Let's fix this. See where we set up the space between each particle. Yeah, it's a public float. You can just use this in the inspector. I'm a little bit irritating why there's a muzzle flash effect. It's not instantiated. Oh, this, yeah, okay. This is the script is setting up the this muzzle flash rotation. Let's put this into private because it doesn't seem like it belongs into the public space. And then we need to set this up when we are launching. I actually don't need to define it for the whole class because we only need the muzzle flash effect in this rotation function. Okay, now we fixed this. And now we can do what we actually wanted to do. The particle distance is set to 1 here. I'm going to set this to 0.75. 3/4. And also the effects along the way looked a little bit too short. More. This is not playing. Oh no! Oh no! Don't tell me the material is bugged? No, it's not. So why are you not doing anything? Show yourself. This is especially weird because it plays itself in game. Okay, now I would say I just set the start size of the Blood Magic Ray particle inside of the prefab, double its size, and ignore that it's weirdly not playing in the preview, just assuming that this is some kind of weird bug that I don't have time to fix right now. And that's too big. That's way too big, okay? We're making progress. We're going from too big, too small to too big. And now we can estimate maybe some kind of middle ground, which will then help us define our final version. This particle faction. Do you want to play now? No, you don't want to play for some reason. Not nice, but okay. Live with this. Now set this size to 3/4 of the old size. So that we have some kind of middle ground, and also increase the particle distance again, because they were so close that they were overlapping each other. So with the increased particle distance and the decreased size, okay, now I want to do something weird. I want to look what happens if I rotate such a particle by its y-axis. Ah, okay. That's not looking good. I had this idea, like if I maybe could make it look like it has some kind of direction. This is not what I wanted. Just set this to 0. Yeah. It would be nice if it would start like this, and then paint it into the right direction. But it looks too janky. Looks too janky. It is something like this, I think. Maybe I can instead doing that take another particle, set the size of the particle so it looks like it's pointing into a direction. Try this out. 3D size. It looks like it's not updating itself. Don't have an update. And we can't see it now. It would be nice to see it in the prefab preview. Unfortunately, every effect is playing just as it should. Just this effect seems to have some kind of problem. Don't know why I can't see it right now. Don't know why. Oh, because the rotation is accurately set to 90. Why? Would I do this in the prefab? Okay. Let's loop it. Use the 3D size. Okay, this is what I want. Yeah, this is what I want. Okay. Do the same thing with the inner white. And look how it looks in game. Stop looping. And for a test. This might be the final test because I'm actually very pleased with the result. Okay, we have to switch the X and Y axis. I'm seeing on the stream, Unity has stopped working, has still popped up. Interesting. I'm not seeing this on my desktop right now. To keep a lock on that. Very bad. it's displacing right. I think the particle effects are a little bit too small still. A little bit too small. So increase the size again. Let's put these back up to 1.6 and this up again to 0.4. 8 in the game. And hope for the best that it now looks big enough. Yeah, I think this looks big enough. Okay, one last time I will increase the size. It's okay when we are standing still, but when we are moving, I have the feeling it's not going to be easy to tell what we hit. So let's increase the size one last time. I'm going to put this to 2, this to 0.8, so 1/4 increase. Putting this to 0.2 because I'm not going to trying to do a 1/4 increase of 0.15. Not in the mood right now, sorry. I think this is alright for a test. I'm going, as I said, to do a short break. I'm going to eat something for dinner and being right back after that. And after that I will take care of the hit or miss effect, do its sounds, and yeah, then we will try to implement this into some levels. So, see you after the break. Hello and welcome back. We are going to continue with our work on our particle effects. Yay! Actually, yay, because particle effects are fun. Okay. What we have is muzzle flash, the ray effect along the way. And now we need a miss or hit effect. So right now this is pretty ugly placeholder when we hit an enemy. Let's start with the hit effect because the hit effect is the one that you would expect as a default. So what can we do? The hit effect. We have a ray and it should only display a very short response. What we can try is to have some kind of flash effect. Do we have a sprite for that? Let's check. Smoke. This twinkle, which we already use for the path, but still we have to keep in mind that we can fall back on this. I think we have some lightning later. There's dust. Flames. Lightning. And this is a set with this is actually a texture sheet animation with a 2x2 grid. Stop with the size. See how it looks. Does not apply the color first, so we have our first problem. And it does not have a specific direction. I think it... Let's put this to loop. Hey, loop. Okay, let's put situation. Yeah, now we have a working lightning. I think this lightning is supposed to start at this point and point into this direction. So we cannot use this as for the center of our effect. What we can do is use this as an effect spawned around the center. So let's do that. First, what we need to do here is define a shape. We want to use a donut. Weird donut. Why is this donut so weird? This is not a donut at all. Oh, I see. It's a donut from if you look from the top side. Okay. Only a donut if you look from the top. Can we rotate the donut? That's not the right rotation. This is the right rotation. Okay. Let's rotate it by 90 degrees. So now have this donut form. The rotation of the void effect is weird. I think this is working. I think this is working. Oh, it's not working because the direction in which the particle is pointing is kind of messed up. That's not good. Try a circle. What rotates this? Oh yes. Why is this? Is it really 2D? This circle. So weird. This circle is weird. Okay. Okay, now I'm trying some random settings, but I don't think that they will work. But what we actually want is, when we have this effect, we want this point to be at the center and point outwards. We don't get, but we have problems setting it up. We want it to be like this, always point outwards. So it looks like we have a problem setting up this particle effect. We want this particle effect, this flash, to always point to the edge of the circle radius. Don't have any good options right now. Now, align to direction should align this particle into the direction it is flying to. But we don't have a start speed right now, so let's give it a start speed. I would say that this doesn't add up at all. Now we don't see the particle. Don't know why. Hello, Mr. Particle, can you show up? Please? I set the size to 0 accidentally. Whoops. Okay. I wanted to test out one last time, setting this to -1. Align to direction. Zero size direction. Now when we have a very small radius, it seems to do the right thing. That's what we want. Now it's a flash pointing outwards. Sometimes the rotation is set up in three-dimensional space though, which is not too nice for us. So I want more particles. So let's maybe set the count to 5. Okay, we see a pattern that the sprite is actually like just what we want, pointing outwards. It's good, but it's always taking the same positions, which is actually not what we want. Weirdly enough, this doesn't seem to have an effect how I rotate the sprite here. I know why. I think I know why. I think it's aligned to the view. So let's align it not to the view. Where is it? Window alignment. Okay. So it says it can't use another window alignment because we are currently the prefab mode. Fasten the lightning effect so it looks a little bit more interesting, but we still have to fix the shape. This shape is not what we want. It's not working, and this looks a little bit better. If we would not loop this, it would look like this. A bit too janky though. Okay, I think this is a nice background effect for our hit effect. We now have to set this to a red color, so it matches the other way effects. So the first thing that we want to do here is we want to edit this lightning material. Lightning material is hard-coded to be blue. We're trying to avoid the color with this red tone, but it's not working. Why? Because in this particle effect material, it's said that the color is emitting a blue color. So let's just put this into a red color. Look into the intensity. Set it so it looks nice. We are done. Okay, now we have this reddish lightning effect. Okay. And now we want to hit another effect on top of that. So when we hit an enemy, it's going to display this effect, which is fair enough. We have to before we do any further work. Now compare it how big it is in the real game. So this is prefab now in a good size, because without a reference you can't really measure if you have a good size for your effect. Oh, where's the hit effect? Yeah. Put it into the game. Put it next to an enemy and play. We see that it is way too small. Yeah, this is you can notice it, but it should be, I would say, from top to bottom. Should be way bigger. So how do we fix this? Can increase the size, which is set up here. Let's double the size first. And it looks like we are already done. Good. Now We have this flash effect when he is hit. We apply this to the prefab. Now we want to go back into editing. For that we are going to open the prefab again. And we have to set up something that spawns in the middle of this prefab. To have some real explosion, some damaging display of violent force inside of this flash effect. We are going to make a new game object. I'm just a little bit lazy. I feel a little bit lazy, and I'm going to copy the miss effect. Let's copy the miss effect, which is placeholder. Yeah, now we have this placeholder in the middle, and you see that immediately see that those two effects do not add up very well. Even if I set the size bigger, it does not add up very well. They do not match each other. I don't think that this looks good. But maybe with another particle it would look good. So let's try. So how could this look like? Into the render and just try out some materials. Interesting, but not quite what we want, I think. This does not look very violent. Black smoke? Maybe a little bit too dark. It could use this smoke material. Energy explosion. Have to set up the sprite sheet first. Just like for this explosion. I don't think explosion is what we want, because this effect, this attack is pretty weak, so we don't want to have a very violent explosion. There are some different flames that we could use. I mean, it is an attack after all, so flames are not out of the window. Heat distortion, what's... No, that's not... We cannot use heat distortion. Ice mist. To see what this animation does. Nothing that we can judge. Ice trail? No. Maybe if we reverse the size, this would look good. Like have some kind of exploding circle. It looks too clean. This looks too clean. Lul. More flames. Noisy particle. I think this adds up pretty well because of the noise in the particle. It adds up kind of surprisingly well with the flash effect. I think this one is too dark. Rock dust. Looks like a sprite sheet 5 by 5 by 5 or 5 by 4. Let's try it out. Doesn't look right. The alpha channel of this rock dust is not strong enough. Ooh, tiny flame. This looks like a really big sprite sheet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 by 9. I think this is a 9 by 9 texture sheet. Try it out. 9 by 9. No, it's not 9 by 9. 10 by 10. No. 11 by 11. 8 by 8. Kind of want to know what this grid is like. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11. 11 by 11. So 11 by 11, but I think this is not what we want, because this is something that comes out, a flame that comes out of the ground. Sorry? Waste of time. Wispy smoke. Looks like a 7 by 7 sheet. No, this is also not what we want. So anything that comes out of the ground is out. So for now, it's the best option that we have is the noisy particle. Custom smoke. Would be nice if the alpha channel would just be a little bit bigger. Longer. Ooh, okay, this looks interesting. Okay, well, I want to use this energy explosion because this is such an over-the-top particle. I can't slip this pass, this chance. Just set the size a little bit more down. Okay, and let's look how this is looking like. Ooh. Okay, it's looking way different in the game, but it's still looking kind of nice, I would say. See if we now actually use this with our attack. Okay, it's looking alright. The only problem is that the flashes that we are displaying are not randomized enough. They look too similar. Okay, let's look at the particle effect again and try our final setup. This is our particle effect that we have been working on. First of all, I think the middle explosion was a little bit too big. Let's set it to 1.3. Now the last thing that I had a big problem is with this effect has to be randomized more. Last time it looked like it's playing at the same position 2 times. Let's look at randomize. Is this 2? A randomized direction doesn't do anything. Randomized position does. Let's I think the random seed might be calculated together when in a function that has to do something with the local time. So we need to do something about the random seed, which is going to change how randomizing in this flash effect works. This is not good. Now it will display exactly the same effect every time, so we need an auto random seed. Maybe we can randomize something else. Let's randomize the start size. Look if this has an effect in the game. No. I also want to turn off kill 8 because it's a little bit annoying that we override the attack that we actually want to test out. Well, let's try this again.
Nein!
Okay, now I think that the problem here, every flash effect is pointing upwards. I think the problem lies in the alignment of the flash. First of all, this donut needs to reset the rotation to 0. I think this will fix it. So for some reason Unity thinks that in 2D we look the game object from the top. No, I see what's going on. The effect is rotated for some reason. For some reason I'd have had a rotation in the game object, which is overwritten when we instantiate it. So I was thinking the whole time that I had to rotate this donut, but I don't. Okay, I think this should fix our problem, that the hit effect does not look random because every flash is going from center to the top. It still does have the same problem for some reason. It could be random. Hey! Okay, I still have the feeling that like the flash is going upwards all the time, which is not what we want. Yeah, it's always pointing in the top direction. Okay. Oh, did I mess this up? Okay. I have no idea. I have a nice idea. I have a really nice idea. This looks much better. Yeah, this is what we actually want. Since we have changed the pivot point of this this flash effect, we only have to set up the rotation, and since it will most likely spawn in the middle of this donut, we are done. It's gonna be so easy. Like we're playing a little bit too many effects. Oh, whatever. Just try it out. Yep. It's too many flashes. But aside from this, from the amount of flashes, this is perfect. This is really good. So let's limit the count of flashes. Set the count of flashes that burst out at the beginning of the effect to 1. Also, in the next step, let's make sure that the explosion is one layer above the flashes. So that the explosion is really visible. Okay, now let's try again. Okay, I want to take a look at this particle effect. effect. It's just 5 particles. Okay, it just looks like a lot of particles. So set the cycle to 1. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. I think the size is a little bit too much. So, set the size 1.5. Also the center explosion to 1.15. Then let's try out to change the color of a lifetime. Let's blend out the alpha channel. Okay. And let's see how it looks. I think this is decent. I think this is decent. Gotcha now. I think because this is the weakest attack, we should continue to scale it down a little bit. So I want the size to match the actual damage. And since this is really the weakest attack that you can have, the size cannot be too big. Yeah, I think this is okay. It's noticeable and it does not look like too much damage. Okay, I noticed something, and this is for a special attack. Sometimes there's a stackable effect that you can use to stack on your enemy, and this effect is going to let you damage your enemy for twice as much damage. So this is working all right, but the small problem here is that it should always apply to the whole attack, and it does apply to the whole attack if it's done at the start. Let's look into the function. Look into the function. I can explain it. Yeah. This magic is cast twice, and every time it is cast, every ray cast is set up with all special effects. But I want it to only count as a single effect attack when calculating additional damage. But it's not a single attack, it's two attacks. So I have to find a way to adjust this now. And on the other side, I'm very pleased with the particle effect now. New particle effect looks fine. So I will take a short bath break. Be right back in a minute. And then we will fix some code as usual. Oh, I'm back. So I'm trying to find out what is going on. Okay. What's going on is we have two casts. Both trigger. We have an effect. This effect enhances your attack. Works like this. Hit the enemy 5 times. And your next attack will do twice as much damage. This is what this skill does. It's a very nice skill. However, don't want to we don't want this attack to count twice, to activate 2 times. And what we also don't want is that only one of those 2 attacks get the additional damage. These two lines here should count as 1 attack, even though they are 2 attack instances, and that makes it quite complicated. We also have different attack here, which is 2-2, which contains 5 attacks. It's like a small machine gun where you shoot out 5 attacks. Okay. Here it clearly says if you have 5 stacks from this skill, you will get empowered. So the first thing that we can do is to not do this inside of this, to add the stacks in this initialize function. We need to, before we instantiate our attacks, we need to check before that if the attack will be enhanced or not. It's easy. It's easy. It's super easy. So we just take out this line of code. Oh no! Oh no! We need to keep in mind all enhancements, because there are 3 of them. I think there's only 2. I think skill choice 6-1 always does additional damage. Yes, it's only this deck. I think this activates if you do a kill with your bite attack, and this activates if you have 5 stacks. So we need to take out these 2 lines of code, not exactly those lines of code, but have some kind of boolean here. Bool, one for this, and another bool for this condition here. Bool extra damage till 11. Okay. Now take out these 2 lines of code and put them somewhere where before we initialize any blood magic. So this would be around here. Anywhere here. And let's look if there's any space in the code where it makes more sense. So there's a lot of calculation at the start. I think it's good to put it right at the start. Okay? And just have 2 booleans for the extra damage. Extra damage skill 7 and extra damage skill 11. That sounds nice. So now say, oops, just set this to true. True. Okay, and here we are also just setting this to true. Okay, and now we have a lot of ranked functions. We just have to give them those 2 booleans as a parameter. Might not be initialized. Okay. Normally it sets every boolean that you initialize to false. Default value, but let's just do it ourselves. Those 2 to false. And if nothing happens, they will stay false. Okay. Now we can copy these 2 parameters just into every initializing function. This means that it will keep in mind what we have set up at the start of this function, and no matter what happens with the stacks later on, it will set these up to the new it will set up every projectile or attack that is, or part of the attack that is part of the attack overall. So every attack is now part of the overall blood magic and set up correctly, even if it's bullet spread or an attack consisting of multiple attacks. They are all using this function here and are all empowered or not. There's no case where only one is empowered and the other is not. Good. So, what are we going to do now? Now we have to make sure on the other side that functions that have a lot of sub attacks only trigger the stack once. So we have the stacks. If you hit 5 attacks, after you hit 5 attacks, you will double your damage. But if you have an attack that contains of maybe damage over time or a lot of smaller attacks, like you have the bite, I think it's seven checks for damage, and if those 7 checks for damage all apply, you already have your stacks, and that's actually too easy. Also with this skill, not this one. Oh yes, it is this one. It will instantiate 5 bullets, and if every bullet hits, you will take your additional damage every time. At the beginning, when I was making the skill, I was just saying to myself, okay, that's nice, and you have some nice interaction with some abilities, which makes this function maybe a little bit OP, and that's nice. You have maybe some control over how you want to build your character and have some interesting broken ways. But it's too easy, and if you haven't picked this choice here, and you actually made kind of a mistake when you can double your damage so easily. So what are we going to do now is we have to make sure that if this bullet is flying to your enemy, it does not attack twice. Okay, we still have one boolean here, one function here which we have to set up. Okay. Okay, now we have fixed all our problems here. What's this? We have some errors here. Ah, I see. I see. There is also blood magic outside of the fire function. So what are you going to do is since we are not copying our code, we will never copy our code. Never. We will take out this code and make a new function. Underneath the fire function. Just named private void bool array return get damage info. Yay! And this is going to have a boolean with bool damage infos. And this will be a new bool with just 2 slots, and into our first slot put in our info for extra damage from skill 7. In our second slot put in our info from extra damage skill 11. Then we return this value. Okay. Now we need to call this function inside of the fire function. Okay. Bool damage infos. And this skill, this pool will be get damage damage infos 0. This this boolean for skill 11 will be damage infos 1. Okay, now we copy this code. We don't need to initialize them. Okay. Okay. Now we take this. Actually, we don't even need this. Only need this boolean. Only need this boolean, and now inside of the boolean we have the info that we need. The only disadvantage we have now is that we don't know what exactly is inside of this boolean. So okay, we see the parameter. So if you read this later and you see how the parameters are named, I think it's pretty obvious what's inside of the boolean. So also if you look at the function, you will see what's inside. So we don't have to define a struct or anything to specifically identify for the programmer what he's doing. Okay, so let's now copy this line of code in the fire function. Where is it? Where? Okay, here. And put it inside of these other magic tags. We can actually just do it before the attack. It doesn't matter. These are single attacks and there's nothing special that we have to worry about. What was it? What did we name our function? Full damage infos equals to get damage info. Okay. Seems to be 1 hour left. Let's see it right now. Here. Okay. Holy shit, what am I writing? Okay, insert the info into every time we initialize blood damage. Not magic skills. Okay. Good. So we have done the first part. Now every attack that consists of multiple attacks will only have the information. Oh, wait a moment. Okay, now every attack that is can be instantiated will do additional damage if we have stacked 5 attacks and chosen a certain skill. Good. Okay. Now we have to make sure that every attack consists of multiple hits. Only stacks this skill once. Ooh, yo. And for that we need to have some kind of identifier which we pass over to every object that can, or that we pass over to every time that we attack. And we have to keep in mind these IDs. We have to keep in mind every ID just so that we can remember, okay, this is the same attack. Let's not, this does not count as a new stack. This will be fun. Yay, programming. Okay, it's actually very, very easy. The only part that I worry about is we have to come up with an ID, and I think there's ID or something. It's called Global Unique Identifier. So this is the German Wikipedia, and it pretty much says the GUID, the ID that is generated in a specific format in hexadecimal. I think this is maybe the best way. To generate a unique identifier. The other way we could maybe have a unique identifier would be the ID of different game objects. But there's a problem that if the attack is coming from the main character and he has melee attacks, he's not going to spawn anything with a unique identifier. So I don't think this would work. So let's see, how do we generate sharp unity GUID? How do I generate a GUID in Unity? System good, new good, or get GUID. I would say, yeah, get GUID. And what is this? Let's just try it out. And where do we want to start? I would say let's start at our attack that we just made. I'm trying out. Just looked at the camera and was trying out to set a theme to a system. So it is very bright theme. So I would have a little bit better lightning, but I just can't stand it. Nonetheless, let's continue with the code. Okay, we have a big error to fix. Yeah, this is, for example, one of the many problems you have. First of all, starting at the wrong wrong point. Let's start at the enemy, where we set up our stacks. So let's look where the sets are stacks. Here. This is where the stacks are set up. So we need to Unity has own GUID. Let's see how it's generated. Okay. So this simply sets the stacks to more stacks, and we don't want to do it like this. Let's actually go to it with the character right now and set these stacks, not these ones, these ones, to private in private public get private set. We need to get this. We need to get this these stacks for some saving functions. So we can't place them just into private. But we can make sure that you can't set this parameter. Now you can see I can't just set these stacks. Why do I do this? Because I want the programmer to force to use a function, which I'm going to define now. This function is going to determine if a new stack is added or not. So let's try to find a reasonable space to put in this function. I think Haskell 13. I think it's in this space. There's all these skill functions. And this is skill 9. And I think this was skill 8 or 7. I think it was skill 7. 11. Whoops. Should be between those two functions. So, public void add add skill 11 u 1 stacks. Maybe not the most creative name. Use UID. Community editor. That's also one of C# from system, but we want to use this Unity specific one just because if Unity makes it available, we should probably use it. A little bit worried by a power up. Oh yeah, there's a power up that now doesn't work. Okay, let's get back into action. Amount of stacks, int amount, and the GUID. If there will be our GUID function, then we can add as many stacks as the function determines. Stack amount. Okay, we're going to add the stack amount to the stacks. Okay, now we need to further break this down. GUID has to be saved into list. We need to save this list somewhere. So private list and with GUIDs. Registered GUIDs. Okay, and it's in the awake function we have actually to make put this to initialize this list so we can work with it. Nice. Next is going to be have to add the GUID to our list. We don't want to do this always, because maybe, just maybe, the list already contains this GUID. And we only want to add this GUID if it is not in the list, and only then we want to add the stack amount. Nice. Okay, now we only have to take care of the second part. We now know what we want to register. Now we only have to regenerate it. But that's not hard. But we have to kind of change a lot of functions to generate the GUID that we use. So it will be one stack and a GUID. Where is this GUID coming from in the enemy stats? Well, you have to give it the enemy stats hit function as a parameter. Now we have all these wet functions. Those are the functions that use the hit function. And I would say we start by setting up these functions. We have a hit function, and for the normal attacks is blood magic charge, blood magic projectile, blood magic hit scan. They do have something in common where we can put our GUID into. That is blood magic functions. If we open this up, we can define a public GUID. And now that we have defined this public GUID, we can use it inside of every projectile attack. And give it as a parameter. Every time this hit function is called. Actually, let's just find the usages of this function. Okay, in this case we don't have a GUID. Sometimes some trap can kill enemies and we need to generate a GUID generate it here and give it to the function. Also here, GUID, just when generate one. Doesn't really matter what we generate here because these are one-hit kills. Oh, let's go on. A lot of functions now that we know I need to be changed. Change is actually pretty chill work. A little bit annoying that we have to import the GUID every time. That's a lesser evil, I would say. Damn it. It's actually some enemies where we don't want to give the player a stack. Is where we don't want to give the player a stack. Is it, and it was bugged before, I didn't notice it, but those counted as a bug. In this case there's a bomb. The bomb is going to explode. Enemies can damage each other with this bomb, and would mean that the bomb can damage friends. Damage friends. And you would get a stack each time. I don't think this is a good idea. This is actually a bad idea. Looks like things get more complicated. And we start from the beginning. Now, what we need to do is we want to give two infos. Do we actually want to give a stack? Is this even an attack that can end a stack? And if so, then give the Jew ID. And I'm too lazy to make a struct for this. Let's just edit it as a parameter. Cool. 011 stack. Maybe not the most creative way to do this, but whatever, it works. And it's actually not a bad code solution. You could always make a struct out of this. It doesn't matter. Okay, my mouse is feeling a little bit janky. Falling into places it's not supposed to scroll. So I only want to we only want to call this function right here if it's a valid stack. If we say okay, please stack. Okay. Else we don't want to. So we have to go back to the starting point. And for this is not a play attack, this is a trap. If this trap kills an enemy, I'm not going to get a stack. Now we have to do this a whole lot of times. For every trap is in the game. It would be nice to have some kind of where this attack is coming from system, like a system for, okay, this is a neutral attack, this is a friendly attack, this is an enemy attack. If I would reprogram and start from the start again, I would do this flip side. It's not important. Because I know I'm next to finished with the game. Still one thing that's not right. damn it. Can I just generate cheap UID, because I don't want to waste any system resources on generating useless numbers. Let's look into the UID functions. Maybe there's a cheap functions where we can... Okay, no, there's not a lot of functions like that. It's just saying generate. I want to... Okay, let's look into generate, what this is actually doing. Go to implementation. Oh, this is an external source. So it's doing some stuff. UID to hexadecimal, I think, internal. So I have no idea what it is actually doing. So some functions for compare functions inside of the if generator. Then we magically get out this number. So I can't see where it's generated right here. It's not in this code. Not in this code. This code is pretty short. It's just some functions for the if comparisons. And aside from that, there's nothing really showing how it's generated. What? It looks like it's just pulling out a GUID out of its ass and just randomly gives it to you. But I don't see where it's generated. There must be function called when it's set up. Let's just see what happens with these values. Okay, I don't see where it is generated. Let's just hope it's nothing too fancy. I don't see anything fancy function right here, but I don't think the generation is inside of the Unity GUID class. So let's just hope that the GUID generation is not too costly. Can I maybe just Google the cast? Well, let's look at the GUID function of Microsoft. I think in Unity it references this maybe somewhere, or does it maybe exactly the same, and we just want to see what kind of big O uses. So the big O notation is telling you how many resources a function is actually using. This is very, very important to think about the big O notation if you want to know how many resources a certain function uses. And since we are using this function in multiple instances, we have to look up how many resources we are going to use. We cannot just blindly hope that the generation of this unique ID is not causing any problems. It would be naive. We don't want to be naive. I don't don't find anything. Always searching for. Oh dear. I was always searching for a guide, but I wanted GUID, not guide. Can you just simply tell me how it's generated? Let's just look at the constructor of this. So it shows us a lot of examples what kind of how the GUID could look like, but it's still not telling us how it's generated, which is the only part we should think about. I'm getting a little bit nervous right now. Let's just Google it up. How is a GUID generated? Okay, first the good thing, we use a timestamp. We are not going to have since most attacks and everything is going to happen at a different time, we will have unique IDs every time. And even GUIDs generated at nearly the same time will be unique. He does not tell us anything about the complexity. Okay, last try before I give up. GUID complexity. Okay, so the GUID is exactly what we want, but we don't have enough information about the GUID. To make any specific guarantee that the GUID is exactly what we want in terms of time complexity. Big O complexity. So okay, this is This is the same attempt as reading the code. I will go on now. It's white. Now put the GUID into every function where we need it. To keep an eye on not regenerating too many GUIDs. I don't need it. No, I can't. I have fixed my skepticism. I don't know if such a thing exists. Maybe just initialize a new GUID. Other side, I think this is the same as regenerating it. Let's just try put it inside and hope for the best. Okay, now we are at the player functions, so we've made a big leap forward. Now we actually want to add a stack to the player. Now we have a lot of blood magic, which use the GUID in the blood magic function. We can pretty much just copy these two parameters and insert them inside of every line of code in blood magic functions, in blood magic attack, because every blood magic attack has blood magic functions, and we're going to set up the GUID later inside of the blood magic function. Makes it pretty easy to just copy and paste the code again and again. Need to generate the GUID in this case. I'm even thinking about maybe letting it stack with this function. This some kind of gas, which the character, it's just basically a part attack one, and enemies can run into it and then get damage. I'm thinking about, like, this damage ticker is really low, and this is an attack that is very hard to spam if we want to maybe have a synergy with your stack 11. Yeah, let's do it. Well, no, let's not do it. Would be pretty OP. It would be so easy to double your damage with this. Hey, it looks like we still have some cases to go. Okay, this is just adding stacks. And it's a boss pickup. We can just put it inside of this function. Why didn't I do this before? Would have actually saved a lot of coding lines, but whatever. What is this? This is a special effect. Special attack also uses blood magic, so we can just use the blood magic function. Okay. Well, the only lines of code if not coded are those inside of the player character. So have different lines of code. Just first, if we bite, the bite is an attack with multiple checks for damage. Multiple checks for damage. And we now are going to is it used here? Now going to set up the last of all the missing functions. The bite effect can be used in under special attacks, so it's everything is overly complicated, not making things easier at all. Now we have to find out where we use the script here, because we have to instantiate the GUID. It uses this byte control. And here. Yeah, so. The GUID in the blood magic functions, and now we have actually set up the next next GUIDs can maybe, just maybe, debug the normal byte, which we actually look forward to now. So when we are starting to byte, and just at the start, generate a GUID and use it in the byte hit function. Okay, now we have one last error. Okay, and then we are finished. One last error. One last error. Okay, in this case, we have an explosion if we die. And we want this GUID we generated. Start of this explosion. Give it to the hit function and say true, yes, we want to stack. We are friendly, we are not non-friendly fire. And the last thing that we need to do is when we initialize blood magic functions, we need to give it a GUID, which is generated before we set up the attack. Okay, now we have 11 new errors. Nice. These are just parameter changes. And do we set up the blood GUID? I think it doesn't matter where we do it, because this there's no special line of code here that is reserved for some kind of logic. Just put up here. Okay. Oh. Another. We could do it here at the bottom because it looks nice. Aside from that, there's no difference. Okay. And now we have to generate this GUID. So we have all these red lines waiting for a GUID. So let's do it. Okay, and now we are going just to every parameter and give it the GUID. Get GUID. And we have finally done with fixing a small error. So I think we took half an hour or an hour just to not really fix an error, just improve our system so it's a little bit more solid. I'm drinking so much tea today. Still don't have to go to the bathroom. This is just showing how hot it is. Hey, that was weird. That was pretty bad. Exactly, that should not happen. Okay, I think what's happening here is we're attacking 5 times, and with the last double attack, when we have the extra damage from the stacks, we get the information that we now have enough stacks to do our extra damage, and then there's a function that immediately checks, okay, we have our extra damage, deactivate. We have now to find where this is happening. So I have an idea, most likely in the enemy stats. Let's look at this. It doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. And then the second option is in the blood magic function here, the dev function. Also not checking. Let's find the usages of this. Here's where the effect is cleared. Now we have to find where. We have to call this before we Oh, we have to call this before we instantiate these attacks. And after we read out if we do extra damage or not. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Oh, and here. Aim. Okay, and now we actually should have a working attack. Two, 3, 4, 5. Yes, okay. That was exactly how it should be. 3, 4. Yeah, maybe did not count right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's something that I want to try out now. Oh, first I want to damage him. Okay. I want to try out if I fix this pickup. Should activate this effect. Oh, now I don't have my epic function. Okay. Never mind. I'm a little bit confused because it looks like the hit effect is always spawned behind this character. I think it's just because he's moving too fast. Okay, enough. Let's set up the miss effect. So this is our current miss effect. It's not showing itself. Yep. This is our miss effect right now. Pretty underwhelming. So, what are we going to do? Need a short effect that just says you missed. Try again. And to try out a nice one. Oh, I have an idea. Noise one. And a circle. A circle that pretty much does the same as this effect, just gets smaller. I'm a little bit irritating because we don't see it. Let's add a layer on top. Use this short sorting layer. Okay. And put this to -1. Doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look too bad, not too shabby. Let's just try it out. Oh no, we still have a loop on it. I think it's a nice effect, but it doesn't communicate that we missed anything. So we can try again by just adjusting the alpha channel. Stop looping, for fuck's sake. Okay, just the alpha channel. Let's see how it looks. And I don't think the outer circle is good. Just saying this trick now. I think the everything looks fine, but the black circle just doesn't look good. Just looks like too much like you hit something. But this is a miss effect. This we cannot use this black circle. So put both on loop again and play. I think it looks good with this soft particle. Yeah, this was what I was actually aiming for, and it doesn't look as good as I imagined. I'm just going to use the soft particle, nothing fancy here. We're done. Right out in game. I don't want any lightning because it's a miss effect. And it's looking indefinitely. Also didn't like the alpha channel was very wrong from the start. I think let's just add a color over lifetime. Only does one thing. Change the alpha channel to 0 for time. It's weird. The alpha channel. Now it looks like this not displaying at all. Why? Restart? Okay. Yeah, because I'm not looping. Clever. Okay, let's try it out. I think it's good. It's weak enough so you can see, okay, this is the end of the way. Pretty much, I don't have anything to say. Okay, enough playing. So, we have finally reached the point where we can adjust the sound effects, the hit and miss miss effect. And we are at nearly 1 AM. This will be the last task for today, but I'm determined to do it. So I'm using Audacity for this. Okay, we have Audacity. Now we have to come up with maybe a bass sound for the hit function. So I could start to just take some stuff, hold it to the microphone, and hopefully we will get a good hit sound. Like for this, I would maybe use some kind of frying pan. Involve the sound, but I think the sound that I am going to base my sound around is this one. Werewolf spell hit. I want to use this as a bass sound. So I have opened Audacity, dragging in this sound. Hey, it's playing in my headphones right now. Now I have to adjust it. So I first want this to be the hit sound. The hit sound, this is 0.5 seconds. It's not fast enough. First I'm going to reverse it, because if you look at the structure of the sound, the hard part is at the end. For our hit sound, we want the hard part to be at the beginning. So let's reverse the sound. Pretty good. This first part, this is actually just the wind up. Sound looks like it's null. Move it. Let me zoom in. Now you zoom. I want to zoom in. Yeah, this part here, this is null. Let's remove it. Don't need this. We want this part here to play as fast as possible because it is the hard hitting sound, hard part of the sound. So how are we going to change? We could just remove this, or we could change the tempo. But if we just change the tempo, it's gonna be a little bit noticeable. There's a way in Audacity to change the tempo, but it will do it in a way where the end tempo will be the tempo that it had from the beginning. The start tempo will be really fast. It will do it in a nice smooth function. That's what I want to say. So how are we going to do this? Sliding stretch. So if you preview this, nothing is happening. This is just too much. Let's try this with 400%. And hopefully it didn't crash. Come on, you only have to do this for 0.068 settings. You can do it. Looks like 400 was a little bit much for my computer. Come on, Audacity, you never crash. Why do you crash now? Oh, actually, Audacity did crash sometimes, but it's really, really rare. So, overall, I can not say a lot of better things about Audacity. I think the UI looks pretty dated, and you can extract the pretty out of it. It looks dated, just looks dated. UI, but it does its job. The difference between a lot of modern editors is just they look pretty nice, and behind those editors are often teams of just a couple of people. Okay, let's restart Audacity. Haven't done too much, and we won't lose too much time for this. Okay, recover select. It was not probably saved last time. Oh, how comes? Or did you do anything? No. Let's do the sliding stretch, but with 300% because it did crash. And now don't click anything. Come on, Audacity, you can do it. Looks like it crashed again. Okay. Got to do this with 200%, even though I don't want to. It might be because it's inside of this folder, which is currently used by Unity. So let's just copy this sound. Open our project folder, which I'm not going to show, even though it doesn't matter. And put it inside of there. And it didn't. Good. Now we are going to open it in Audacity. Zip. And we do our work. And let's see if it still crashes. And pretty much looks like that. I think it might be out of memory or something because of Unity running. Yeah. Don't want to wait. We've gone through this a couple of times. So open it up. Yep. Okay. Reverse. And try it with 200%. When I started, this was at 200, so there must have been a point where this worked. It doesn't work. So what can we do? Can close Unity, which is a little bit unfortunate because I don't want it to close, but close Unity and the text editor. Don't have many tabs open. And now let's try to open Audacity and use the sliding stretch function finally. And hopefully, just hopefully, it will now work. No! Oh man! It's not working. Let's wait for a minute. Let's wait a minute. Grab some tea. Grab some water or something fluid. The weather is so hot in Europe right now. You deserve it. Oh dear. This is embarrassing. I don't know for who. Maybe for me because my PC can't handle this. But actually I think it's only Audacity that's to blame here. Because the length of the sound clip, the length of the editing, Yeah, it's pretty small actually. Audacity should pretty much be able to handle this. I can only try to search for updates. A minute has passed now, and nothing has happened. So this is so dumb, but I need this to work. Yep. So, reverse. And I'm also getting a little bit annoyed right now. It's not good. So, let's just use change tempo. Okay, this works immediately. Doesn't look. We actually need this part. We just need it to be a little bit faster. Yeah, I'm hearing some kind of necking noise, which is not good. Okay, then it looks like we need this part for the sound to work properly. We cut this part a little bit. And this works. This works. Then I want it to be more aggressive. Let's try some, not best, treble. Ooh. It sounds terrible. About bass? No. Yeah. Sounds a little bit more aggressive now. So want to use a fade in at this point. Yep, now it sounds a little bit smoother. And now I want to add some kind of echo effect. And also want to try out a little bit of pitching. So, adding a little bit of silence behind it, because if we add some echo effect, the echo effect is only going to play until the end of the clip. So that's why we need to add a little bit more silence. The clip is longer. First I want to experiment with pitch. Now this sounds really weak, which is good. doesn't look, it doesn't sound pleasant or something. Definitely not higher. I think a little bit louder, but not much. Sounds a little bit more pleasant. I think we maybe overdid it with the treble. Want to go back a little bit. Okay. And now we are just trying to make this sound a little bit more fancy. What's about pulse? Pulse stretch is just making things sound weird. That's why I like pulse stretch. Don't like it. The pulse stretch is has a weird habit of stretching things both directions. I need to get some silence at the start. Oof. Okay. Now I think pulse stretch changed the pitch. Okay. Now let's add some reverb. Way too loud. But I like the sound much more. What do? Less dry gain. Yeah. So the dry gain makes it sound way more aggressive. Over the top aggressive. And we need it to dampen a little bit faster. Okay. Now I think there's something missing at the start of the sound. Some really starting aggressive kind of sound. I'm going to reverse the sound again. use only the last part of it. Put it at the start. Now it should sound really aggressive. Maybe one makes this a little bit more silent. Yes, that's great. Little bit less amplification. Only 5%. No. Needs to be more, like -10. Yeah. It's a good hit sound. Trust me, this will sound great. Oh dear, what is this file explorer? This is embarrassing. I'm going to open the game in the background. We can soon test out the new sound. Also saving the sound right now. Could we name it Blood Magic? So now I can show you the file explorer again. Blood Magic. Raycast. It. But not for the hit. We still have to wait a short while for Unity to start. Because we now have to put the sound into the player character. Oh, this is our new sound. We now want to search for the effect. This one, and search for the sound that we just created. Now we have to listen to the sound, because sometimes the sound sounds completely different than in Audacity. Okay. Doesn't sound so pleasant. Just let's look what it's like in game. It could be that I misjudged the sound. I have to try 5-4 times till I get a good sound. Oh, this is I love it. I love the sound. I have to say, I love the sound. Such a good sound. I love the sound. Hey. Last sound. The only thing that bothers me a little bit, the sound could sound a little bit clearer. It sounds a little bit. It's the only thing that's bothering me right now. So let's look if we can maybe boost treble. Not too much. So here, boost the treble. Okay. What's this? Save. And in Unity, we now have could just import a new sound, but often you end up with a whole way of sounds like Waycast 1, 2, 3, 4. So what I'm doing often is I'm using this sound right here, find my edit sound, which is in an extra folder, and copy it inside of the Unity folder, overwrite it. And Unity will actually refresh its meta file. Now we have this new sound in Unity. The advantage is that we save a little bit of space and also some a little bit easier to find your sounds if you don't have too much junk inside of your folders. I think this is as good as it gets.
Hey!
Okay, I have a good feeling for this sound. Now it's time for the miss effect sound. We finally come to the last point of this attack. It's a miss effect. So this is the hit effect. Of course, this is the part that is most likely to have to go. Now we can just try a cheap effect and reverse this. But I think it sounds too strong for a miss. So we have to do something about that. So first I want to amplify the sound. I also want to turn off music right now. So let's turn off a lot of treble. Add some bass. So. Sounds very, very loud. This has a nice build up and fall off for a miss effect. Like it's imploding or something and just not finding a target. Like this. Doesn't sound very pleasant though. My little face. So how does this face work? It's you can imagine it like a sinus curve, and you're now adjusting your starting position. And depending on your starting position, it's going to be more back or forth. What this start phase does. This is also why this says degrees, because 360 degrees. The end, we are coming back to the start. Like if you push a sinus curve to its from this position to this position, you're back to the start, because the sinus curve is indefinitely going to repeat itself. This is why this start phase is in degrees. Now I think I like this. Is around 160. This is not too aggressive. 150. Now let's check the other sliders. What are you doing? Making it sound dull. This slider makes it sound like shit. This is I think it's making it wait at the start or something. Okay. I want the first part to be a little faster, because I only care for the last part really. The first part is not important. So let's change the tempo. Okay, my speakers have a little bit of problem with this sound. Does not sound very good. Sounds like it's going too fast. From 0 to 100. Let's just try out some fading in, fading out. Maybe this will fix the sound. Didn't. Nonetheless, I'm going to export it. And I want to see how it sounds after it's exported, because sometimes it's going to sound widely different from how it sounds in this edit form. Are you way? Way. Are you way? Way, miss. Okay. Back the new file to Unity. This should be the file. And apply it to our cast. Way. Effect, miss effect. Okay. Switch for way. It still sounds janky. Sounds janky. Try it out in game, but I don't have high hopes for this. I have to redo this. I guess, most likely. It sounds much better. So the relation between the two sounds is very good. You can hear that those two sounds are related to each other. But this sound overall. Oh no, it's the speed increase did not work. Also, I want a little bit more clear, because I think it's over the top just dull. And it's by a lot of trouble. And look how. Let's look what we get now. Probably with the sound before, the main problem is we were going from 0 to 100 way too fast. Then your speakers are going to make weird clicking noises. This is always a sign that you fucked up with the sound. And there's no shame about it. There's more a shame about if you use a sound which is not good, then and do it again. Then if you, it's more shameful if you use a sound that is bad just because you don't want to work on it anymore. Sounds a little bit far away.
Hey!
Okay. What we have to adjust though is the strength of the sound because of the range. The hit sound and the miss sound like they are too far away, and there's a very easy way to deal with this. Here in Unity, you have a minimum distance, and I'm just going to put this to 5. Now it will a little bit louder. For the hit effect, I actually don't want to. For this, I want to have a different curve. Yeah, I want it to curve, custom fall off, like this. Let's try it out. Okay, that sounds very nice. You're next to him, it's loudest, and you can actually hear a difference that is really loud when you're next to the enemy. If you miss, yeah, it's noticeable, but not too loud. I think the player will figure out that this is a miss sound. Yeah.
Lane! Yeah.
And I'm very pleased with the sound right now. Okay, so we're finished for today. We have actually managed to set up this whole prefab and sound. And there's the only thing that is left for skill 0, which is this new skill, is to set it up in level 1 and set up how the player is going to get this skill. But aside from that, the skill itself is complete. There's no known bugs yet. We never know. And the effects are done. And actually, the skill looks much better than some other skills that we have done before. So I'm pretty convinced that this is good work, and very pleased with the result that we have gotten. So thank you for today. I was very excited at the beginning to do this effect, and next time we're going to set up where you can get this effect and skill, and what is your alternative, which is already there. We have to think about the story of the game, and then take a look at the rest of the remaining tasks, which are actually less and less. So maybe soon we will be able to patch the game. So see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I will have a lot of time to program actually. So I might do an 8-hour stream, would love to. The only thing that is keeping me from doing 8-hour streams is maybe sometimes I have to eat, and aside from that, should be fine. So bye and see you tomorrow.